No, no, no. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? You're first. You're first. Oh my god. Cat, hi. Welcome on in. How's the day? I mean, it's the same thing. It is the same question. I have a bit of a question with this thing. We'll see. We'll see.
Katek
God
Soho just
damn.
resubscribed for 33 months. Damn.
Fair point. Fair point. 1 second. I forgot that. 33. Yeah, that's too long. Yeah, that is too long. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know. Ah, oh, sorry. I saw things, and yeah, yeah. We have some news. We have some things. We have a lot of things that happened during the weekend, and it's really nice, in a way, not direct way, you know. Um, but yeah, we have some things, which is pretty cool. Um, I discovered something earlier yesterday that the version that I have, like when I have my phone on the side of the stream, you know, when it's right there. I mean, it's not going to be right there, but it's going to be right there. You know, like when it's there, it's limited to this size, and I can't really do anything about it. I can't really zoom on it or do whatever. So that's a bit annoying. And so usually, or not usually, but like what I do is I go here, and then I launched the screen iPhone mirroring thingy that Apple has introduced. And it turns out that now I discovered that yesterday. I can take in the view and put that larger, and so it puts it larger. The actual size is here. That's the regular thing, but I can now and before as well make it bigger and say it's gonna be a bit more visible for you, so you can see things, and I can zoom in on stuff with a better quality overall. So that's good from my point of view. I now have a bit of a greater view. So that's news. It's good news, and I like that news. I should probably put that on top of my face, so I don't have like an infinite thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's really nice. Anyways, that's one thing. That is one thing. The second thing is this thing has been updated, and it is now working. Yay me. So the design that I was complaining about on Friday, which is this design here, has been updated, and it's now a bit more compact and a bit more understandable without all the fluff that used to be there. So it's still like not great. Specifically for me, it has like a lot of content that most people will never see. But you know, for the sake of right now, it's really good. It has, or it gives me or you the ability to see when your data has been synced. You can sync everything now if you want to just force a sync for some reason. You can have the details every time that something happens in these zones, but something is not synced properly. It will tell you like this is an orange, this is not supposed to be there, whatever. So that's pretty cool. It works for me, and I've worked on the design specifically for this earlier today, and so the point or the goal is to get the icons on the side and the content here to be displayed more or less depending on what is needing in terms of what needs to happen. So going from that initial design that I had that I was really not happy with on Friday to this yesterday is really good. And I think I still would add some stuff to make it a bit better. Um, but you know, for an improvement, it's a pretty good improvement, I think. So yeah, that's it's one of the news. That is one of the news. Basically, what happened is the status, the last sync, and the sync status have been combined into that section here. So you have the information about what happened. You have the last sync and the sync now that are together. So the last sync with the amount of time and the sync now with the button that is immediately accessible rather than having anything else. The enable disable is now the toggle right there so that you can just understand that it's just you turn on the sync or you don't, which I think isn't really a good title. I might have to swap the titles, saying like sync status as the page and iCloud sync here, so that you enable or disable iCloud sync. That just popped in my head right there. And then everything that was in the sync details is now right there, and everything that is in the zone details is opened by default. The main thing, as I kind of hinted at on Friday, is that the canary defaults, kanjis, and settings are there by default, and there will be dictionary design and dictionary 1000. These two are going to be like the other two options that we have in these. So you would have like basically at an initial point you would have these, and so that makes more sense for me, at least from my point of view, to get like these this way, if that makes sense. So you know, just like you would have design dictionary, 1000 dictionary, and then settings, which I think is going to be the other way around, but so far pretty simple. It kind of works. It makes sense. It's I think it's good. I think it's better. I think it's better than what we had here. We might need to bring back some of the subscription requirement thingy, even though it is not necessary. I have a bit of a question here. Like that's a bit of a me thing, but it's a bit of a question. The subscription requirement happens to be displayed when you are not subscribed. But if you are subscribed, you would not see these. So I don't know. I don't have it. I closed Xcode just before I started the stream. Obviously, I need to clean up that desktop. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In the where you at? Where you at? Settings. There. Basically, when you are logged out and unsubbed, you end up with this, which is not loading right now. God damn. God damn. That's something for Stony specifically, where he can complain that Xcode is slow, which is true. But god damn. So yes, this is the state where you are not subbed. So you would have the subscription requirements basically here, and if you have a subscription, then you wouldn't. You would just have the ability to say, well, it is available, and you can enable it if you want. So that's the only thing that I'm kind of debating here. Like, is it necessary for me to repeat that I need a subscription to get this to work? I don't think it's the case, but you know, like potentials, IDs, all that. Nonetheless, small details, small stuff that could be improved. And then, as I was showcasing a second ago, without really showcasing it, because you know, these are the states. So when it's coming from iCloud, it's going to be blue. When it's going to iCloud, it's going to be orange, as in my phone has more data than the cloud, and vice versa. And then these ones are currently green because they are taking my theme color, and that will change. But yeah, Yeah, that happens to me this morning, but not in the same realm. Like I was at 35, 40% something. So still had enough for the gym. But yeah, I hate them. I had kind of the same thing when I went to my Japanese class on Saturday. Um, my iPad really has been not used and used too much at the same time. Like it used to be plugged in a lot when I was in Japan because I used it as a secondary screen, so it needed to be like on power, and the battery kind of died ish, and so now um, it dies faster. And I forgot to charge it before Saturday morning, so I also forgot to charge it when I was at the gym because that's me. I was like, yeah, yeah, it's good. It still had like 70%, but I had 70% and then I came back home, which was like 30%. Really bad. Really bad. Back home after my class, not at the gym. Yeah. But yeah, that happens. Charge your stuff and then go there. It's gonna be fine. Gonna be fine. So yes, this is new. Almost done. Almost done. Um, I kind of not hinted about it, but I kind of hinted about it on Twitter in terms of what I have shared. This is like just a hint. Same thing on Threads. Just the same picture that I shared implies that there will be like iCloud sync. It doesn't. I didn't announce anything. It's just there, and we'll see. No one is aware someone has bookmarked this. I don't know why. Uh, but why not? And yeah, if all goes well, as I said, um, I was aiming for beginning of May to release this, but based on the issue that we had with the pricing and the issue that we had with the subscription not working for some people, the pricing being kind of weird and all that, it will probably go live soon. I think next week, if I can just fix all of my logs, we should be good. And that might break everything again because we can't do that. But yeah, that's the good news. That is some of the really good news that we've had for today, specifically for me, from me, based on some of the things that we talked about in the past. Um, and I think this is mostly something for Chris, number two, not Chris Green, Chris. Uh, which is, I'm about to say orange Chris, but it's not orange. It depends on the day. The way that I worked with this in terms of how do I come up with the content that needs to be there. First of all, I just prompt the AI with what I need to have in that specific view. And then once I have this, I go into either straight up through um, building the design or do it in Figma. On this one specifically, I needed to do it in Figma first. But then it didn't work when I send it this. Like basically this view is what I sent it and it really, really broke. So what resulted in how I achieved it was I took this view and I said, we need to combine this, this, and this into one section at the top. And that was one prompt. And then when that was gone, I said I need to put the toggle next to the sync status. And then when that was gone, I did like the change for the sync detail should be this bar right here. Cool, we're done. And then the zone detail should be these bars one by one. And so I basically expanded them one by one in light mode because cursor is working in light mode, and then ensuring that they had the understanding of everything that needs to be there. And that whole thing was like basically a one by one thing, even though in the beginning, I sent it an anatomy plus a layout and spacing behavior, like how it's supposed to be built and how you are supposed to achieve the exact same layout. But that didn't work. So with that in mind, Try to do like a bit of a in clumps of header, sync, data, zones in multiple prompts to get the result that I needed. It might have taken me a bit longer than if I could achieve that in like, you know, one prompt, one shot. But yeah, Stony, huh? What on it? Yeah, that's what we were saying. Basically, Cat has been subbed for 33 months. That's crazy. That's why she wants to be like kind of rid of me. But yeah, that happens. That was pretty cool. Edge working, it's extremely linked to your subscription. So if you don't have a subscription, it's not available. If you have a subscription, it is available. There is a subscription check that is this thing that is happening every X amount of time. Specifically here, because I'm on like testing session, it's on 11 minutes rather than most people would be like most likely in terms of month or year. Like basically, if we know that the transaction happened and we have the receipt for the transaction and there is no refund for the transaction, then the check is going to happen at the end of the transaction period for that subscription. If we detect that there has been like a subscription that happened and then there has been a refund for that, we revert this until like we have an active subscription going. So that's the whole system. That's how it works. It works really well for now. But as always, I am a team of one with one phone that contains my account and that has an almost lifetime subscription because everything is free for me. So that's no good. So we'll see when it goes in the wild if it works. But yeah, other than that, this is like a really, really good news overall. And we've had like a ton of things that I saved on Twitter specifically and other platforms, but other platforms I can't really show you that. For like news and things, including one that is specifically for you, Stony. If I can find it again, it's been like low in the priority and things. I mean, not low in the priorities, but like low in the liked stuff. There has been like so much. I'm trying to get it to the last thing that we've seen together on the stream last. I think this one was the one from Friday. Cool. We've done that. Cool. So officially today is a learning day. I have a bit of a plan, which is based on the title, which you don't know what it means because it's a very confusing title. But we'll see. It might happen. Before I say anything, because I just got a notification that reminded me of something, someone on Xiangshi posted something about Figma in Chinese. The translation worked, and I helped in Chinese with the translation, or with like Google Translate, and they achieved what they wanted to achieve, and it took me in total 5 minutes. I mean, not 5 minutes, but like in total with the whole discussion. So now I can check. I helped someone in Chinese from China, from my chair and friends, from the list of things. We are in even more countries, helping even more people in even more languages, which is pretty impressive. Anyways, this is pretty cool. This is a pretty interesting thing. I don't know exactly how it works. It probably have an explanation somewhere, but it is, at least from my point of view, a very interesting thing to have in the node editors that most people are kind of building right now. So Chris that is building a node editor for building YouTube playlist. This thing in the background could be interesting as well. I'm not saying with that specific odd edge around like where the effector is, but maybe a bit of a diffused thing where the center where your pointer is bigger so that you know which point specifically in the Canva you're about to click on could be a very, very cool thing. Anyways, that happened basically the next day after Figma announced Progressive Blur. And so now the the range of thing that we can do with the illustrations in Figma is going to be much greater, which we talked about before. But like the shadow here is a progressive blur thing. The highlight at the top is a progressive blur as well on that element. And the transition shadows are going to be also really, really useful. So there is a lot of things that we have done in the assignment Tuesdays 3 years ago, 2 years ago, that could benefit from a retake or doing something about it again, like trying to improve it with these new features. Might be something that we can do tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, nonetheless, this is something that is really cool. It looks really nice. And, dang. We've had this one, which is, again, it has like the grid in the background and things. It's a player, so this is Stony specifically. Could be something. I don't know. I don't think this representation of a disc is a good idea. This is like more vinyl than anything. Vinyl, vinyl, vinyl is in French. Vinyl. So for a CD, it doesn't like the face doesn't really look that good. But nonetheless, as a hover effect for an album, it could be something to think about. I don't know, just having a bit of a peek of, oh, that's a CD. Oh, that's a vinyl. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting stuff. I kept this one. This looks really similar to what we talked about with Atakan 2 months ago now. Something that August, and also with Vinny as well, August has been working on something that is a bit more tech cyber thing, and that idea, no, that idea of a custom cursor that is rotating at all time is kind of weird, first of all, but also the fact that it readapts to the content that you're supposed to click on is the same thing that we've had with the iPad pointer thingy, where the dot that you have is adapting to the content that it's about to click on. But same thing here with container. I feel like it's pretty interesting, and I do like it. I don't like the fact that it's rotating. I do like the fact that it's like expanding to match the shape. That's it. That happens. Same thing that we have talked about for who is a good design engineer, and Jay is always a good design engineer representation. He made this thing, which is a floating button zone to be dropped, and then it calculates the vector direction between the initial point and when the cursor basically release the element, and that then fly into the nest or holding element spot that is available for that. And it's really interesting as a concept, specifically if you had something like a regular, I don't know, some bitch like this, for example, that you had on your website for, what's the name? The little chat at the bottom, but that would let the person like basically move it wherever you want. You could have your zones in the corners that are available that will not disrupt the existing design, but the user can move things around if they need it to. So not necessarily a good idea for the chat and the help, but as a concept for navigation, it is pretty cool. The fact that it's also like a code pen stuff is really good. Nonetheless, we've talked about that before. This one was just really good looking. I complain about this, but that's fine. This is same thing. Jan said, how can you achieve this gradient blur in code? Jay did it. So that's one. And this is mostly on Blur. I don't know if I like this implementation compared to the implementation of Figma, but it is similar and it is kind of the limitation that you have in code anyways as far as right now. I don't know exactly how this one has been made and I don't know what tech it's using. Nonetheless, it's pretty cool. So for references, um, just so that you know you have the link, and if you want to take a look at it, it's there, and it's nice. So yeah, that's a good reference I think in terms of having it in code and all that. Um, I liked this one because it doesn't work to me. It's a lot of flashbangs, so I'm sorry about that. But when you look at the transition, something's wrong, and I can't really pinpoint what's wrong, other than the fact that the transition of color happened before the toggle has switched. So basically, you're here, you click on it, and then it doesn't like it changed color here, and then it starts moving where it should be the opposite. It should start moving and then change color. Basically, when you reach your destination, you should have your theme, not the other way around. So I liked it for that reason, so that I can talk about it. But yeah, if you're doing like a light mode, dark mode switch, uh, make sure that the transition happens on cue, not and not before cue. If that makes any sense. Like on click makes sense, right? It's the trigger, but if you know that you have your transition that takes like 420 milliseconds, the usual, just make a delay in between trigger and like click and trigger, that you have the animation that goes through. Even if you had like the transition that goes perfectly with smooth transition for the entire theme, that could be a better option, but it might be a bit more complex to achieve. So you know, that's just to keep in mind. It's, as always, not to dunk on the person that has created it. It's a really good thing, and it's really nice to have support for light mode and dark mode, but just for the transition itself, maybe have a bit more stuff, you know, just a just a tad, just a tad. Anyways, next up we have this one that I kind of liked for reasons. It is interesting. It's a crypto wallet situation, so I have doubts. But also, these are the wallets that the person has, so they have weird ass shapes, and I just think it's fun. Um, it it looks interesting. You have your wallet here. That's the transaction you have in that wallet specifically. You can switch wallets by clicking on whichever. It might be related to like this wallet is on Ethereum, this wallet is on Avalanche, this wallet is on, I don't know, Ghost, something else, and therefore you have like multiple or different shapes based on the token. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It's just fun. I think it's a nice thing to see people experimenting with more textures and colors and brightness. But yeah, other than that, this check is really not accessible. It's good looking, but it's not accessible. Anyway, this was fun. This reminded me of Joey the Anime Man stream overlay that they used a long time ago. I don't know if they still do. This is an anime slash Persona 5 inspired, I would say, um, chat activities. And Chris, hi, welcome on in. And it looks interesting. I don't know if it's practical. Let me rephrase that. I know it's not practical. But it's interesting, right? Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the goal is to have something that works for the stream. And so if that works for that streamer specifically, then we're good. But overall, I feel like there is some interesting layouts here and there. Mark has created like more sound visualization, you know, that makes sense. um, I like this one specifically because Frames X is a what can I say that? It's a UI kit that contains a ton of components and pre-made, pre-built blocks that are already responsive and really well built compared to this one, for example. I mean, this one is pretty cool, but also, why is Twitch not working every time? Every time I start the stream, I need to quit the stream deck to be able to press that button again. Makes no sense. Anyways, you know the drill. You know what needs to happen. Right there. Anyways. But yeah, that's a really cool thing to have. And basically most of the UI kits that have been built and have been used in the past for responsiveness and building things really quickly now basically are or have a built-in code-related pre-made thing, which is really cool. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. Good morning, good day, good time zone. But yeah, that's a good thing. I like the concept, and we'll see. We will see. Some people have been using Figma Draw a bit more, specifically for stuff like illustration, which makes sense, it's the goal. But you know, congrats on the streak, Chris. Do you know how they call the ripple effect if they are clicking on the video button? The ripple effect? I think it's gonna be a ripple effect. Like, you mean the fact that the on-click, I think it's too small of a that. The fact that there is a bit of a distortion right there. Is that what you're talking about? This is a distortion. I don't know exactly how that's made. You could call that pressure effect. You could call that ripple. You could call that distortion. Oh, and Stony also responding to your message. You would be surprised by the prices of the bus, because someone take buses to come here. It's not that expensive. But yeah, that's Chris. That's all I would be able to say. Here, I don't know much more than that in terms of naming convention for this. I would say ripple. Ripple is pretty good. Ripple effect on the click is pretty good. But yeah. So some people have been adding and like experimenting with Figma Draw, which is really good, as expected. The good one are going to be the one that are drawn. Everything that is drawn is going to be better than everything that is not drawn. You know, we'll see. This part of the design work, find names for things. Yes, kind of. It kind of is. You need to find, not necessarily find names, but potentially find how someone else has named something. So if you're on Dribble and you're looking at for inspiration, and for example, I was looking for cloud sync related content to find inspiration for me because I didn't really know what would be. Cloud sync is an option. I had compare data. I think I did that, compare matrix cards to like basically have a comparison between CloudKit and local to see what was happening, and nothing really worked. And so at the end, I just basically built my own, but it's built upon or through all of these that already exist. But yeah, that's part of the design job. You need to come up or figure out how other people have named stuff in order to find the inspiration, find the sources, and find what already exists in the market to make sure that you're not duplicating something that already exists, has been made in a way that is better than the one that you have thought of. Uh, like, I don't know, I'm going to take this navigation as an example because it's the one we are seeing everywhere. Maybe that floating navigation bar, floating pill navigation bar thingy is something that you are interested in, but if you don't know that it's called a floating tab bar, you might not find anything um, that looks the same. And so one of the ways that we usually, or at least we used to, find how someone has decided to name something was to go on Dribble specifically, look at the whole post, and if they didn't do anything or say anything, you go on the shot details, and in there you may have something in the tags that is exactly related to how they have called the thing. Right now, that's not the case, but you know, could have been, could have been. Nonetheless, that's how. That is the base. I learned about this. I didn't know about it. Kagi Kaji, I don't know, uh, which means key in Japanese, which is interesting for me, is an alternative to Google. Um, it's a paid search engine, which is interesting. They have like a free tier, but the free tier is um, well, you have 100 search per month. I think that's a monthly thing. I don't know you. I feel like I search for more than 100 things per month, but maybe I don't. Maybe if I was on a free tier, I would be better. Also, I don't know if the trial is like 100 search and that's it. And then it's not a per month thing because that's the only thing that I have. But yeah, I don't know. To be checked, potential. We'll see. It looks interesting. I should have shared that fucking link. Could have been interesting for some of you. Um, I just share the pricing directly. You can click on it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it. One of the main thing that I like is the logo and the font that they have used because it looks nice, and it has a nice G. It has a nice G. So Anyways, interesting stuff. This one was cute. Very, very simple. Obviously, what I'm seeing here is the progressive blur that Figma has just introduced. That's interesting. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. Nothing else. I have the end shot for this, which is the matcha from Le Labo, which is a perfume shop, I guess. And if that person is building something for them, it's pretty cool. Their output here is really, really good. The rendering is really, really good. And we have as I said, the end shot earlier or further up in that feed. These ones are going back to what we talked about last week with Kane. This is get the full thing for free by just liking the post, commenting gradients, and then following me so I can DM you. I understand that this has like 106,000 views and 690 or 700 comments, which are probably the same thing. But this is like a waste of resources Like you could have shared the Figma link right there, and maybe people would have been less like you would have less interactions, but at least the interaction you would have been real interaction with people that care about your content rather than uh, just being there for sending you a message. Like you follow them, they send you the message, you unfollow them right after, you know, the usual behavior. So, debatable. Anyways, this was an interesting hover effect. Um, I don't really know what that is, but it's a cool thing. I don't think it is practical, and it really much works like the uh, motion typography, motion fonts, motion whatever. We talked about it before, which is like a resource page for animated fonts, and it seems similar, so might have been the same thing. Anyway, just looking good. Just looking good. This one made me laugh because that person said turning icon into like, or turning logos into a iridescent glass with ChatGPT, and then that person that knows how to use Blender just made like a 4-node stuff with the image as the source, and then done. And then they have like a bit more stuff here, but you know, if you have the skills, it's gonna be faster. This was cute. No one used cassettes and tape, but thinking about this when you're building your box is pretty nice. You know, I mean, coming from Sony, that doesn't surprise me, but it looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool, well designed. Um, we kind of like this. We kind of like this. Again, as said, a lot of people are trying to implement like Figma Draw inside of their current workflow, which is really good to get used to. And then that was a really good point from Johnny Hive. Um, I don't care if it, I don't care what it looks like. If it doesn't work, it's ugly. Is really, it's a really good reminder for most designers. I feel like it could look amazing, could really break your brain in how it has been created. But if it's not working, and then the point that I want to emphasize on is work. It's ugly, and what I personally mean with work is not just like you can click the button does the thing. If it doesn't work for the user, if it doesn't work for the environment, if it doesn't work for what it's supposed to do, that's where work is a bit more of a broad term compared to just that word. But you know, keep that in mind when you're building things. If it doesn't work, it's ugly is a good reminder. Good reminder. That's just for the cat, like not the kid. Obviously, I wouldn't have the kid, but just the cat fighting for his life, for sure. But yeah. Anyway, moving on. This happened. It seems to be pretty interesting. I haven't tested it out just yet. I haven't been in Framer in a while, to be honest. So yeah, but it seems there is someone that has created like a dynamic node editor inside of Framer to define things and have a bit more dynamism and interactivity inside of your Framer website. That is pretty interesting. The whole thread and the presentation of what they have achieved, how it's made, these stuff, you know. I don't know exactly how it works and how all of that behaves as an overall thing. But on paper, from what I've read so far, it looks pretty cool, and it could be a very, very good improvement to Framer to get some interactivities inside of. So, things to keep in mind and keep an eye out. I didn't understand this tweet specifically, but you know why I kept it? That could be a creation day, like a Wednesday, do it in Figma type of thing, because it already looks like it has been made in Figma. And it probably has. But yeah, the only reason why I'm not sure if it's a good idea, if it doesn't look challenging at all. And I know I'm saying that, and it might be challenging, but I don't think it would be any much of a challenge. The only thing that is a bit more tricky might be like these inner loops, the ridges inside of the Joy-Cons or the joysticks. But yeah, everything else is very, very much flat and very, very much 90 degrees, like direct sunlight type of situations. I don't know. I kept it just in case at some point we have something. But yeah, look at this. This is like a Blender slash Simmer 4D slash I don't know output. It looks really good, and I'm impressed. Like it's really nice, and that perfume is really nice as well. Anyways, it's expensive. This one was really cool in terms of the logo itself, and the presentation is a good reminder, I would say, that if you are someone who does branding, having your creation in different mediums, different places, for you to know where things are and how it would look, but also for the client to showcase, oh yeah, that's how it would look if it was on a t-shirt, if it was like as an app icon on an icon for like a brand or something inside of a dashboard, something that would help them to project themselves and say, oh yeah, I do see myself using, I don't know, this one maybe, or this one, like I like this. I see how it's represented inside of a website. Like it makes sense to me. This probably never, but we never know. But that helps a ton. So keep that in mind. Just a teeny tiny thing. Rossonary, hi, welcome on. How are you? How is your day going? This was for Chris 2, Chris 1, Chris Green Chris, to talk about like spline and Blender and 3D stuff. It's really nice. It would work for Centuro specifically. But yeah, they has been okay. I've built stuff which is really good, but still have a bit of an issue with the bank account. Other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. I had like some of the homeowner thingy, not association because we don't have HOA around here, but kind of thing, but not really. Um, you know, um, eh. I can't read that. One toxic lead came from his vacation on my job. I think I'm missing a word. But I don't know. It's fine. Maybe it's just me can't read. That's usually the case. Usually the case. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty cool. It's a nice day. Um, Oh, one of your toxic coworkers coming back from his vacation at your job. I see. Denny, welcome on in. Welcome back. How's everything? Good morning. Kinda midday. How's the flat? How's the temperatures? I mean, it's pretty good temperatures as far as I know. Um, yeah. What do you mean? But very is a fucking automated stuff. Sorry, nah. Very warm was automated. Why? Very warm? Am I missing something from the US that I don't know? That is like a slang that means something? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, come on in. How's the adjustments? I mean, I have so many questions for you. How was your first flight? Your first ever flight? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I saw PG story when he's on the balcony having like a lunch or something. But yeah, adjustment to where basically Denny has moved from Italy, mid-Italy, South Italy type of situation, to Canada. That's a long distance. Um, good. How's the housing situation? How's the gym situation? How's the office situation? How's the situation? All that. I want to know. Yeah, it was like direct flight is 9 hours, or technically eight something. Um, and he had to do like a stop in Zurich, I think, Germany, and then Zurich is not in Germany. Zurich, I don't fucking know. Um, good. Would you be able to afford the flat that you're in? Um, because that might be a bit of a better option, so that you can still keep the gym for free. But yeah, no, that's good. Frankfurt, not Zurich. That's the thing. Ah, good. Good stuff. That was me last week with the title of the stream. I mean, that was my goal from the title, and you coming here would have happened probably. Um, I see. I would say something, and I will say something, in terms of um, if you can leave underneath what you can afford would be better for you. So if you are someone that is used to, I'm going to use numbers that don't exist, but let's say you can afford 1K a month apartment, but you can find something that is a bit smaller or a bit further out that is 800 a month or 600 a month, and you can save that sliver of something, would make your life better for the rest of the the year, for the rest of the activities, for the rest of the thing that you want to do. So I am extremely biased when it comes to this because I don't pay for rent. But yeah. Foss.
Foss Unleashed raided my stream with 9 viewers.
Well, come on in. How are you? How's the stream? All of that. I hope you're good. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Avoy. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask, as always. But yeah, I hope your stream was good. If you need a raid and run, do that. If you want to stay, ask question, do this as well. I appreciate it. But yeah, I like your profile pic today. I like the colors. It also kind of works with the gradients underneath right now, or not now, but earlier when I looked at it. Anyways, it's nice. Walk on. Yeah, I mean, Denny, I do understand that finding something that is close to the office, it makes sense, right? It's a good strategy to ensure that you have something that is not like too far off and you don't have to commute for a long time. But like we talked about it before. We looked at this before. That's very bright. I'm looking for something around where I live. Whatever, right? We don't really care. And this is where I am. Kinda. I'm not really there, but whatever. My work used to be right about here. So I used to live around there, and you can see that this one is 5K a month. But maybe if I was willing to go here, I have one at 1K a month. I'm still in the same, closer to my home, closer to my work and things. But maybe if I just go there, I mean, not this one, but like this one, I guess if I do something with like a 45 square meter max and a 25 min and a budget of 1.4 max, let's say I'm willing to go in there, but this one is fine. This one is fine. It's closer, and maybe if I go like right there, it's 970, and it might be like 20 more minutes to get there, but it's also almost $100 less, and that $100 could be used for something else. So again, these are not the prices that I'm looking for because, as always, I don't pay rent. I don't need I don't need to care about that. But when I'm in Japan, it's the same thing. I need to kind of know where I would be. Like they have worked on their website, and it pisses me off because they removed the fucking map. It used to be right there, and it's not anymore. God damn. I've been having some of these lately, which is really bad. Like 400 is not good. I had a 500 earlier today. Thing that are not supposed to happen. So I don't know if they died or if something else happened. Nonetheless, doesn't really matter. That's December 24 or 2024. Seems like yeah. Seems like no good. We'll see. Anyways, I would do the same thing. I would check like where my job would be and then where I would be in terms of location to make sure that I can find the one that is better. But yeah. I mean, You want you want the bro technique if you don't like cooking. I can give it to you because it's pretty nice. Also, I don't know much about Facebook Marketplace. I've heard that it's nice, but yeah, um, not much learning. We are currently looking at the liked stuff, and we've had like a ton of thing discussion about like some of the creations. But yeah, the thing that I like so far, so far. There might be something afterward that is related to icons. Might. I don't know yet. We'll see. So, Denny, there are restaurants and places like, you know, this one, like a lot of people love this, specifically gym people, because it's pretty nice and it works. Specifically in the US, and I think in Canada, it's kind of the same thing. Um, they have this, and that is cheaper than going and taking the thing like in takeouts. So if you're someone that likes what they do and you think that the quality is good and it's good for, whatever you want, um, you can ask them to basically make bowls for like 10 people, which basically mean you have 10 days of food that is delivered to you for a certain amount of money. At the end, it's going to be less than what you would pay if you were to go there every day because it's in bulk, and you can just freeze that and have your burritos in like a second. Like this one is going to take you for 10 people, which is like 10 burritos in total, a bit more technically. You can get like 8 pounds, 8 pounds, $8 per person. And it has a burrito, chips, and sauce, and yeah, and you just receive that on a Monday because you said that you have an event that's, I don't know, whatever day, whatever, um, and um, and you just freeze half of these when you receive them, and then when you're done, like you just reheat it, and you get, and you have your burritos, you have your very simple thing that you can build. And yeah, so again, I'm using Chipotle because I know that it is an option. Catering, which is the word that you are looking for, catering is an option in a lot um, of situation in a lot of restaurants. And I have others like around here that do the same thing that are not necessarily Chipotle, but are still doing catering. And so I could order for 10 people and you receive it, you just freeze it when you receive it, and then you did. Um, yeah. The thing is, you still need to do that multiple times. I just hate, um, not hate, I kind of hate. I can't meal prep. It is not in my capacities for many reasons. Um, one of the many reasons is if I cooked it, I eat it. If I cook for 5 people, but I'm alone, you better believe the whole thing is gone by the end of the day. So if I cook for a week, if I cook food for a week on the Sunday, for example, it is done and gone by the end of the day, even if it's for 10 people. Like it's how I'm built. It just, I eat. If it's cooked, it's fresh, it's done, I eat on that day at that time. I don't wait, I don't freeze, I don't put things in the fridge. Um, So I would rather take out stuff and go out and buy something. It's more expensive, yes, but it's the portion that I need for the day. And if I have the food and it's prepped and it's available, I will eat. So I can't prep. I can't meal prep. I have tried and I have regretted it. Where at the end of the day, I have like even almost a kilogram of rice, if not more, almost 2 kilos of chicken and veggies and stuff. And it's like, I'm just dead. But I ate everything. And then for the next day, maybe I have like a bit of a sliver of nothing that left. Makes no sense. Which makes no sense. So yeah, I can't meal prep. But this is really much more interesting for people that have the ability to freeze stuff and hold them in places, because that way you can receive like your burritos, you can just place them in the bags and put that inside of your freezer, and then you're good. And you have the thing that is working for you for the week. Catering, again, is what you want to go for. You can ask for other places, other restaurants that are like near where you would live, if they do that. And if they do, you can explain that you are doing catering, and then you're good. The only issue that you might have with catering in some places is it's big. And the thing that you will receive might be not easily transportable by hands, and you might need a car or you might need something to just move stuff from the restaurant to your place. But if it's one of these box, um, yeah, I think that's and you can have them in delivery, but also goddamn, you know. Anyways, look for catering. That might be one of the best options that you can have, because you will have access to not cleaning and not cooking. You just need to throw out the wrappers off your burritos, the boxes, and the things, and you're done. Which we like a lot. Like I love to cook. I hate to clean what I've used for cooking. So yeah, yeah. Like cooking is really good. I love it. It's just like afterward, I need to clean the things, and I'm like, nah, not doing that. So, you know, things happen. I need a 1 second. I hear something. Give me a second. I don't have the space for a dishwasher. Have a good rest of your day, Eddie. Enjoy that. Anyways, I kept this one specifically. We're going back into the review of my feed. I kept this one specifically because it has like a bit of an interesting take, but it's also oh god, this very stereotypical color scheme for AI, like the pink, orange, blue, purple mix thingy. So kind of kept it for an interesting review. There are some things that I really don't understand, like that logo here, which just says logo, which is interesting, doesn't match the rest of the vibe that we have on both of the previews. But it's interesting. Nonetheless, both of these are really good. I don't know why my nose is so itchy today. It happens. Too much cocaine. No, no, no. Uh, Other than that, same thing that I said earlier. Like if you have a logo and you can present it in multiple places, in multiple use cases, be pretty good. It's the same person as earlier, and you can see how they are using the exact same mockups. Like the same t-shirt, the same placement, the same things, all the way. So if you just have that, that might be enough. Might be enough. This one was really cute. Not much. But, you know, just adding like a bit of motion sometimes help. So, details. This was nice for Clerk. Again, creating stickers. We've been creating stickers for a while, so I feel like this is a good example. This was a vibe check. This is really fun. Alex has shared this specific brand identity thingy, and it's really close to one that I've done some years ago, but also it is really close to one that I've done for White Panther, specifically this for What the Framework. And it's nice to see, but it's also interesting. Again, the thing that I've done that a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now, and it's popping off now. So, you know, a bit ahead as always. Same thing here, same thing there. Node editor, this was mostly for Chris. This is N8N, open source automation nodes. It looks good, but it reminded me of what Chris has made in terms of layout and Canva and stuff. So I just kept that. We talked about this before. I like it. I like it. Specifically this one. And specifically now that we have the ability to get like some sort of a more interesting textures and effects and stuff on Figma, these might become more and more popular than what they are already. So maybe these things are coming back, which I would love to. Anyways, Stony, this is for you specifically. Apparently, again, I haven't read the whole thing, but apparently this software tool, GitHub repo thingy, would allow you to build, compile, and sign and install iOS apps from wherever, from a Windows PC. And so that might be useful for you right now to, you know, get something that is signed and recognized by Apple directly without having to buy Mac or get like a virtual machine to run something. So, yeah. That's the thing. It's a potential concept, things, whatever that could work, that might be useful for you. So I just had that on the back burner. with these because, you know, cakes. What else? New fonts. This one was really cool. It's pretty simple when you look at it in terms of what has been created in terms of Figma layers, but the output is really nice. So just kept that as basic stuff. And then this happened this morning, or yesterday, technically. Apparently, the Google icon has been changed from sharp segments to blurred transition. I don't know what it means. I don't think they have hinted anything. I like it, but I don't know. Blurring the line is philosophically and also interestingly speaking good, but we never know what they want to do, specifically at Google. Also, it's currently raining like crazy. Again, got that. Details. I kept this one because I have a feeling that they have made a mistake. As in 0, 6, 12, and 24, and not 0, 6, 12, 24. I don't know why, but there is more here than here. So, small details, I don't know, just kept that. These are really cool. It reignited something in my head that I had, like an idea that I had a long time ago of basically building a receipt as a stream alert, like an event alert on stream, getting one of these designed specifically based on some of the coffee design that we talked about in the past. Some of, that's interesting, some of the that if it opens, this is an old file, so I don't know. I can't promise anything. Using these receipts, previews, thingy, and specifically the one that I liked the most, which was like these ones with these stamps, were really interesting. And I had like something done at some point in 3 years ago, 4 years ago now, with that kind of layout as a receipt that came up from the bottom of the screen there, far away there. And it could be interesting to reintroduce something similar to this. I have like other IDs, and I have things that I know for a fact I don't have the skills to do. So we might try it out at some point. Well, we might not. Nonetheless, interesting concept and cool design overall. So just kept that. You might see a bit of a theme in the last thing that I've liked. Don't get your hopes full, you know. It's gonna be okay. And then this one kind of made me laugh because they are introducing something that is called the Orb Mini, and that's the orb. I don't know. I I don't know how you can see the thing that is the most square rectangle popular and call that an orb mini. Yeah. Also, like, designed to make human verification more accessible. It I don't really know what it means and what they call human verification. Uh, like, it seems as if it was something that was like for dating, as far as what we can see in the video, where you basically scan the face of someone to ensure that they are human or they are the person that they say they are. I have so many questions, and I think I don't want the answers, but yeah, but also it would be a face ID from you to someone else. So you could basically face ID anyone you wanted to face ID to track them out. Like, you want to make sure that that person is the person that you wanted to meet for a date. Why not? You want to find someone in the subway, you can just scan their face. Might take a second or two, and then have the information. I don't know. I need a lot more information there to ensure that it's like what they say it is. Um, but yeah, I don't like that statement here is weird. Like, how do we ensure genuine human, like genuine human presence and trust online? I don't mind online. What I mind is this. Why is this a check that you do when you are in person with the person? That makes no sense. Like, it shouldn't. I mean, I I'm gonna scream. All right, right about here. What's on the table? But I mean, we can't really see because there is the fucking player things. But from what I can tell, and that's titties, we have two coffees and something to eat, right? Didn't you chat with that person because you have both of you a coffee that is on the table and you have ordered something to eat? And mid conversation, you want to scan the person's face? What the fuck? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I'm not against this one, like specifically in terms of how it's presented, right? You meet for a date. It's the first time you meet. You have the most awkward hug in the history of hugs. And then you pull out your things, and the person in front of you is okay with being scanned. Fine. Get scanned. Is good. And then you can start your date. Why not? But here, really? In the middle of having your coffee and your brunch and your whatever? I don't know, it feels really weird. Anyways. The main point was mostly on why naming the thing orbs when it's a very clearly rectangle element. But the whole concept of it is really debatable from my point of view. Anyways. Anyways. This one was really interesting. It was mostly for Denny, and it's sad that Denny kind of went away. but um, this is something that most people don't really think about, and I kind of wanted to highlight it. A lot of people have seen it, like 1.7 million people have seen this thing, but um, like undercover companies that no one knows, like people that are building the dentist chairs that are basically costing 50K each, or uh, the people that are building the software that is used in airports. These are the potential niche in terms of industry that you might have never heard of, might have never thought about, and they would still need a dev, a designer, a product manager, someone that has a bit more marketing behind them, data crunching, some of these. And if you have like a bit of a hobby on something that is a bit niche, that doesn't really exist anywhere else, uh, I don't think it's a B2B. I think a, a regular B2B, right, is something that you know. Like, um, uh, I was about to say Ford is doing Ford for like tractors and trucks and things that are like business related. I guess, I'm not sure. But it's still known. Like, you don't really think about the dentist chair. I think that's the undercover that they are talking about. You don't really think about the companies that are doing the drills for like Bosch or Milwaukee or all of these companies. Like, you don't think about that, but that could be something. Uh, these two are physical elements, and this one is digital. So like that software is really useful, but the software that is used in hospital, the software that is used um, for appointment at hairdressers, we talked about that before. These are things that are unknown or less known by the general public, and that just needs to be implemented in a way that makes sense to these business. It is business to business. I do agree with that, but it's mostly like a SaaS slash thing for business, but for specific business that no one think about much. Like you might have um, a butcher that has an inventory website app thingy that is or need to be tracked when the meat and the things is coming in the morning. They need to track everything and then enter that in the software so that they have like a bit of tracking of what they have in stock instead of having everything in their head. That could be something as well. Nonetheless, just highlighting the fact that there are some industries um, that is not tech but need tech. I think that's my main point. Like, you are not building an app, you are building a software that is used for something that is not an app, that is not tech related, but it needs a software. Um, like the amount of thing that I've seen, I don't have anything here, but earbuds on their own should work. But if you want a better experience, you can use the app on your phone. Um, yeah, I think that's what they mean by undercover. People don't think too much about it. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, like if you have a physical product that might have a software that is tied to it, that can be something. If you have like an interest in like I don't know farming, the sorting the egg sorting machines, um, I don't know if you've ever seen that. The reminded me of one of my first jobs where I was building the heads for the egg printing uh, printers in France, and basically that was a thing as well. Like that's something that most people don't think about. Like there is a printer that prints on the eggs to have the date, at least here, and we were manufacturing the head, and apparently they needed so much because the volume. It's not really a nozzle. It's really, yeah, it's really weird. It's a little piece of aluminum that has like a very specific hole in it, which is kind of a nozzle. Um, but yeah, but it works, and and you wouldn't think about it. Like, yes, you figured out that there is like a printing on the eggs, but as a consumer, you don't think about the fact that yeah, the printer itself needs to be built. The fact that the machine that is creating the stickers that are going to be on apples, for example, the apples that you can eat, you don't think about it, but you still need to have like a designer that does that at least once, and you still need to find like the manufacturer that is doing this. Nonetheless, all of these are mostly like technical, physical, but the software is necessary. Like this, again, the software for sorting the eggs could be really interesting as well to get, to build, to work on. Just a detail, just a thing that there's something to keep in mind to not just look for jobs in tech when you are tech related, but look for jobs everywhere or for things that you can build on that will help these industries that most people don't think about. So, yeah. Anyways, moving on. This one was kind of fun to me. Um, would you hire an agency with this website? I had my answer in like a second. And yeah, would you? I mean, would you hire a designer for an agency? It's kind of the question. We never know. I feel like there is something about it. When I'm looking at it, right? There's a lot of things that just don't work for me. The first thing that I said in the split second that I read this, which is not the first thing I did, was I probably wouldn't hire an agency. So that discarded the entire thing. And then the second thing was probably no, because it looks empty, and I don't know if I can trust the logos underneath. I don't know what you've done. Like, this is really tiny in terms of presentation of the design that you have worked on. I can have like a bit of a hint. There is something that have been achieved, but that's about it. I can't see more than that. So with that header, I probably would skip. So I would need to have a bit more content. Again, a tad bias on this one, but I feel like this is a bit better. Where you arrive here and you kind of see what I've been working on. So that's useful. But yeah, that's just a thing here. It looks empty and it looks like you haven't done much. And then the other thing is design startups is really weird. Like design agency for startups, yes. But you know, yeah. You left some money with the front end dev. Cookie, hot, work on it. I mean, yeah, if you have a link, please do. Um, the high CPU landing page are really bad. I agree with that. I agree with that. The thing that is here for me, like the reading ability, design startups makes no sense, and for agencies makes no sense because you are a design agency for startups. So in terms of college, there is something that just doesn't work together. Um, but yeah, it is in very much, yeah. God damn, that's well, I don't even have access to it. That no, not that. God damn. Yeah, that's not much. Not much. Do you have like a screenshot of something that might be better for me to take a look at it? If you have like a light shot or something. I mean, you know, the details, details. Um, this one was really good, Chris. I think that would be for you, mostly because you kind of asked earlier. This one, and also you shared on Discord specifically. Um, but yeah, this is a pretty good potential for how to set up cursor and your assistance in cursor. So basically going in and creating like a new AI model that is called planner that just plan and you just disable the functions so that it can run in a way that makes more sense. And so it has the ability to just run through the system with just one task, which is planning, and that's it. That's a pretty good thing. Um, no, it's the dev doesn't have anything. Uh, how can I say? The link doesn't have anything bad about it. It's just like a non-secure website, and running that on stream while I'm there, while I have other things running, is not a good idea. So if you have screenshots, might be a good thing. Again, with that, you know, probably coming back to an extent. This is for Chris number one, with a bit of a motion design related stuff, where you can see like some of how the animation can work better if you have a bit more elasticity, wiggles, jelly effects thingy. It's in Japanese, so it might be a bit more complex to read, but just to look at it, you kind of understand. Specifically, if you look at like this one, for example, has a bit more jelly. Really simple, but it works. It helps understand how motion can help in terms of micro interaction and transition. So yeah, had that. Um, this one was cute. We talked about it before. This is something that I can't really give you. I mean, I can. It's probably going to be loud, but basically, this thing is an installation in Japan, as far as I remember, for Japanese, and it accentuates the characters based on how you place them. So the higher they are, the higher in pitch they will be, and the lower they are, the lower in pitch they would be. And so if I just try that might be a tad loud.
わかりました。わかりました。わかりました。
But might have been a bit weird loud, potentially, I don't know. But it basically gives you the ability to listen to things in a way that is like pronounced by a computer still, but you have a bit of an idea of when it sounds bad. There is like a ton of people that have played with that. I've seen a ton of TikToks about it as well. Um, it's a really interesting installation that pitch up or down specific characters based on where they are placed on that glass elements. But yeah, um, you can do. I don't know what you're using, Cookie, in terms of browser, but you can do a full screen screenshot, a full website screenshot. Like if I go on here, because we were there, and you have the ability to go into something, your settings, your stuff, you can create or take a full screen, full website screenshot, which will scroll through. If you're using Arc, you can just capture full page, which is something in the console, as far as I remember. It's this thing that you can do that will just take a screenshot somewhere and then have it saved. And so now, if I just paste, this is supposed to. It's giving me the screenshot it could take with things that are not necessarily like loaded because there are some animation that needs to happen. But you know, that is a way that you can take a screenshot if it needs to be like full patterns, full things, and it is in the console somewhere. That's the thing. Thank you. Baby. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah. I get it. By looking at it just quickly without really having animation and all the other pages, it's dated. Design wise, it is 20, like 2016. Kinda. Yeah. I tried. But you know, it is dated. The layouts make sense. It's a layout that works, so there is nothing to complain about. The preview for the blog is a very simple thing. It is very minimalistic indeed. And most of the layout is pretty good. The only thing that stands out from this first page without having anything in terms of animation or other things is the footer. Your footer is a different blue. Like you have that very nice gradient blue here, and that blue is nowhere to be found in that gradient. Like it's less saturated. It's almost this one, like right here or right there, but it's desaturated and it looks different. So, um, so that's interesting. And the fact that it's blue gives you that blue on blue for the logo, which is not good. Um, so if you already have complained about it, then that's good. I mean, that's good. That's bad, but it's good. Yeah, right. Hi, come on in. Back from the crepe.
Jeroen van Wissen just resubscribed for 13 months. Oh.
Damn. 13. Everyone with a 3 at the end today. Congrats. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't think the animation would change my mind on this one. I think the overall thing works. That's the main point, right? That thing works. That section kind of works. It's a bit repetitive with the next one. This kind of works. It changes enough in terms of colors and content to be like a real separation. Then you have this, which is again the same blocks. Like it's 3, 3, 3 with icons and text. So it's really repetitive, but it works. And then you have this, which is like configure your server. So far, so good. But yeah. Oh, you're still all on vacation? I see. Good job. How did they take it? Did they take it? Did they say yes? Maybe they said no. We never know. We never know. Oh, I see. That's good. I mean, that's good. Depends on how you like the company, but I do remember that you didn't really much, have them. So yeah, that's good. That is good. So yeah, other than that blue, that is kind of weird, and the fact that it is repetitive patterns, I think the page kind of works, overall. But yeah. Oh well, it's also not even live. Eh. I mean, yeah, that's kind of rough. That's also really good. The fact that these two, 2025, 2023, or 2024, are like 1 star, and then the previous one are 5 star is kind of crazy. It's not bad. You like basically there is like either 5-star or 1-star. There is 2 1-star with extensive description. One that has a reply, which I can't read for obvious reasons. But most of these are really like good. So it almost evens out. Yeah, but you know. Anyways. So yeah, other than that, even if you have like that much pages, what's the goal? Give me a bit more. Give me a bit more information about the project, the plans, the things, the goal. Like, the thing there is like a lot more pages and a lot more animation than things, which fine. But oh, I saw something. But yeah, other than, I mean, the thing that I'm repeating myself, the 333, 333 is a bit much. Other than that, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I want this now for many reasons. Because this is cake, and I would. Anyways, while you explain, I saw this. It has a subtle thing that I don't think is that visual, but pretty much simple. The color is a bit of a gradient. It goes from a very lighter, like very subtle lighter red to a very much darker red in between the two section, and the main color seems to be right in the middle. So that's an interesting thing in terms of adding small details in your UIs. You could go for such things. This is something that we have talked about with Swift UI in the past, because they provide the very simple things of creating gradients in no time. But yeah, I don't remember exactly how it's the syntax specific. But yeah, this is pretty cool. This one looks really nice in terms of how to create and use like some of their new effects. But you know, small details. That's the thing that I was talking about from August earlier with the much more cyber elements. The whole system is pretty interesting. I feel like this is a very niche output. I don't think it's a bad ID. I don't think it's a good ID either. I think this is a lot more work for every sides. Like, the amount of details that needs to be added from the dev point of view, from the designer point of view, from like a potential interaction point of view, the amount of uncommon patterns, visually speaking, that the user will have to adapt to and discover seems a bit too great in my point of view to get that a go. It is definitely something that you would talk about later, because that's what I'm doing right now. So that's good. But it's also like so different that I have doubts in its longevity, and you know, small detail can just break stuff. It's really cool though. Like, not gonna lie, the fact that the icons and the container have like this dual line side to side or top to bottom to get like the currently selected things. It's cute, but that's about it. To me, it's cute, and that's about it. Kind of like these. Yes, again, this is like lemon cake with a rabbit on top. I need to try it out. I need to know. I need to know. And then this happened again. We kind of talked about it last week. Every designer and their mom are going to use the gradient transition blur. Like, and I fear it is going to be a week from now where it's going to be too much, at least from my point of view. The designers on Twitter have been sharing this exact type of designs for the past week, a bit less, like 5 days, and it's already too much of the same design. Like everyone has the exact same thing. It's really sad. Again, there is no personality in any of these, much more than, you know, other things compared to this. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Anyways. I think that's about it. This is the one that I shared. This is the last point of the new Figma draw thing, where you can use something that is a frame as a pattern, and therefore when you use that as a main pattern, it is then repeated. But if it has like a different orientation, different things, you can then edit your pattern in no time, which is really cool. But yeah, good to know, good thing to take a look at. And instead of doing some of the things that I've done in the past, like that, right? You create your pattern, and then you repeat your pattern, and then when you have repeated your pattern, you just add the effect on it. That is a bit more easier than creating like most of these, which right now are repeated elements, which are processor heavy. Also, this is kind of broken. Why is it kind of broken? No, got it. I'm missing one line. That sounds weird. Maybe it works. Let's hope. Seems to be the case, yes. Seems to be the case. We will talk about this one at some point because it's a pretty nice thing, but for now, no. All right, so transition, you have a bit of a slide in. You have these things that are like floating in the background. These are popping up as expected. You have teeny tiny hover effects. A bit of an issue with my regular quadrats. Oh, goddamn. This one's crazy though. Yep, that's crazy. That's really flat at the top. I get it. I know why. It's the same shape. It's just scaled up. So it's scaled up, and that's the result. It needs to scale up and sides at the same time with the same amount to make sense. But that's detail. Oh yeah, you're right. It's muscle time. Do this instead. All right. Fine. Fine. We're good. Today was leg day, so I'm fine with with vlogs. I'm never fine with props. Ah, yeah, everything is weird though. Light mode is much better, for sure. Oh, you have a bit of an issue there. If I'm not fast enough. uh, this one is useless. Okay, so yeah, why not go today? Why not go today? So you might have this already because you plan to have more pages, but if you only have one, it's not really useful. It's not really good. One of the things that I've seen is basically every fucking page is a payment page. Like, if I'm here, I have a thing about payment. If I'm on server and I go in KVM, I have a thing about payment. If I go on dedicated server, I have a thing about payment. If I go on web hosting, I got a thing about, you guessed, payment. If I go there on VPN, I'm getting payment. So I get it, right? The company itself has a lot of features and things. I don't know if it's necessary to have like that much payment information. But maybe maybe it is. Maybe it is. This is similar but in French. So, you know, can I have the thing in English, please? I just need the thing in English, not French. There, cool. I know that it's the same, but you see how this is like a bit more defined. The payment is gonna be somewhere else, at least. But you know, I get it. I mean, again, I get it. It is a hosting thing. I would say personally, I might reduce the amount of options, or you rephrase that, the amount of options here in the header. Maybe this could be something that is somewhere around here, where you have, right, payment and like how much it cost, and then you have server and, right, KVM, whatever things, which you currently already have, but just a bit more extended. So something like, I don't think I have that. Maybe I do. 1 second. I might have done that here. I mean, done that. Yeah, this one is not gonna work. Something like this is basically what I have in mind, where you would have like your KVM, your web hosting, your whatever, and then you would have pricing based on the thing that you can select. So for you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is basically this. um, with the sub option. So you are in like server, and then you have KVM dedicated game server as an option. And then you go into web hosting, and you have like two options, two sub level options. Maybe something like any fucking pricing, and obviously I can't find the pricing. Well, you don't have 9 products. You have 4, I guess. You have servers, web hosting, whatever that is, and whatever that is. Information is something different. But yeah, you basically have these 4. They have like sub levels, but a KVM server and a game server is still a server. So you can have something that says server and then your 4 options. And then you have something that says web hosting and then your 2 options. Then you have this one and your 2 options, and you have this one and your technically 1 option. This is a bit more nothing and empty. But yeah, I I feel like this is an option as well for me.
L_Pippo is now following.
Hello people, hi. Welcome on. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. But yeah, that condensed might be a better option. Might, you know. If you think of it like this, or like, I guess Figma could work as an example. No, that's not the. Right, you have like 4 options, 4 tiers, 4 resources, and then under each of them, you have the content with other things. And then here you have like the whole breakdown. But I could have like in server, you have KVM, you have gaming server, you have something else, and it's like listed with the pricing. I'm reaching, to be honest, on this one. Because I kind of understand that it's more complex than that. But at least having the preview here and the pricing expectation, as you said, right? As a customer, you want to know what is offered and what it would cost. If it was here and I have access to everything and I don't need to go into every single specifics to know, like, oh yeah, that's gonna be about there. Maybe I need like 100 gig. Maybe I need like 2 terabyte. You know, might, at least from my point of view. Again, going to the other pages, you have a theme, 3 blocks. This is 4, and then this is 2. If I go into game server, it's the same fucking thing. If I go in web hosting, you have 3 blocks, and then a lot of things, and then 2. And on domains, you have way too much stuff, but I get it. On this one, 3 blocks, 3 blocks, 2 blocks, like it. The pattern is extremely repetitive, which is good and bad at the same time. You have like a ton of content to display, and you have a lot of data, a lot of metrics and numeral data that needs to be presented in a way that is understandable easily by the viewers. So I get it. It's good to have like a repeatable thing, but there is a repetition, right? Like if I'm here and That's weird. I'm at 100, right? From 50 up to 100 gig, I should be at 499. But right now, if I move to 100, still at 499, which is good. And above that, I'm at 999, and so on. But there is no need to repeat this, even if it's demo data. If I have the ability to give you like a slider that you can play with it to know how much it would cost you if you were to go like with 2 terabytes, and then I have the same thing underneath, one of them is useless. One of them gives the user the need to interact with the page. The other is just, oh, I can just click and pay. So I might recommend to remove these if you keep that. But it depends on what you're trying to do, like which one you're trying to use, and so on. Like this one is very interesting, different stuff. Yeah. Again, it is really dated to me. And I'm saying this not in a bad way, but kind of, but not really, but kind of. It to me, it feels like something that I would have grabbed from Theme Forest a long time ago. So something that has HTML5 templates that was marketed as HTML5 templates back in the day would have been of a similar outputs in terms of what I would see. So it is dated, it is working, but it is dated, and it's a really simple environment. So interesting. Even this one feels a tad dated, but it's a bit more interactive. It has a lot more animations, and I mean that might work better. Nonetheless, not saying that what you have is bad, but this is the same vibe to me. I'm getting the pages here that are really, really much similar, and yeah, like similar output in there, which makes sense. It's the same concept, or same content, same concept, same type of business. So maybe if you have the time and if you want to, take a look at this. Go into Envato through hosting providers, templates that they are giving, and so that you can just check. And then find one that is interesting to you, that you could take as an example reference. Like maybe this is good of what's available, what would be an option, what is the prices, how things are presented, you know. If you like these icons, they're cool. ISO cones is really good for that specific use cases. We do like them. Again, for that specific use cases, if you want something, you want them this way, you want them from the top, from the right, whatever, has good sound effects as well. And just have fun with it. Look at them. They're cute. Anyways, details. But yeah, like you can do that. That's all I'm saying. You can go in there and find something that is similar or adapted. I'm not saying buy the thing, use that. I'm saying take a look at what they have done and potentially change some stuff here and there. Like this is a different layout overall. That's the same layout. Again, that's a different layout. But then if I go into a different page, do we have a different layout? We do have some sort of a different layout. If I go into pricing, which apparently like sent me to another website or something similar. If I go into product, I have something different. I have a bit of a different layout overall. So, you know, Morton, hi, welcome on in. That's an interesting first message. How are you? How's everything? But yeah, other than that, that's my main point. Just the design seems to be a bit dated and could benefit from change of layouts here and there to not be as identical. And then you said that this is like demo data, demo content. I feel like there might be a need for you to figure out the realistic content. Either you or the person that you're working with to know what is going to happen and what is going to be inside of that website to fill it up with things that make sense. Because if you are currently working with demo data and you don't really know what's going to be in there, everything I said doesn't matter. Like, if server and KVM, for example, are going to have this, and you know, like that's what is planned, then good. But if you don't know, then you kind of fucked. Also, dark mode is half good. Like, this page is pretty good. This thing is really wild, but I get it. Like, it's the flag. Nothing to complain about it. Right? Makes sense. But the logo here doesn't make any sense. It's not readable at all. Like, the accessibility-wise is really bad. Oh. Ugh. I don't. So you said more animation at the end. I don't think more animation would help. I think more specialized might be better. I'm gonna say something, and I want you to remember that I don't know anything about hosting and server provider business. I use one, but I don't know enough to make a comment that is potentially good. So you take that however you want. For me, if your server, all servers, right, dedicated, game servers, TeamSpeak servers, right, your game and your TeamSpeak servers don't have anything here at the top. Your KVM and your dedicated servers have DDoS protection, high performance, and whatever that is. But from what we said earlier, the user wants to know what they can have access to and how much it will cost. So here, if I'm entering there, I'm basically wanting to see that first in terms of, right? I'm the user, I want to know how it costs and what I'm getting. Maybe you can refine this section to have these 3 points right there. Like each plan include that. Meaning that now, when I'm loading the page for the first time, it contains from where do you want your servers to be in, what are the prices, what is included with your 3 main features at the top, and then a server configurator that is not necessarily something that I need to see right away, but it's still there, it's still available. So that section needs or seems to be less important, at least from my point of view. But then when I'm going into the game server, I'm getting something similar, but like there is no information, so I don't know. And on the TeamSpeak server, I'm getting this right away, and then the features, which is basically what I'm saying. Like if you have the features underneath, it kind of makes more sense. Like I know how much it will cost, and then I can see what will be integrated what will be included in that price, which makes more sense than the other way around. Again, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, probably, and to be checked. But yeah, if you have something there, I feel like you could keep the header in blue, but I don't. Even then, I don't know. But roughly a bit of variety between the pages, yes. More matching the products, if possible, yes, with the data that makes more sense. And then fixing the dark mode, not necessarily. I'm gonna say something that is going to be clippable and usable if you want to. Dark mode is not necessary. You can just use a well-made light mode theme for your website and have something that is absolutely viable, and then add dark mode later. It is not like a necessary thing to have on any website, on any platform. It is appreciated, but it's not necessary. You could go the other way as well. You could start with dark mode and not have light mode at all. Like the need for light and dark visibility is appreciated, but not necessary. So if you are looking for having something that just works and is launched and is available, do light mode first, light mode only, nothing else, and then in a year, in 6 months, introduce a dark mode. But it's not necessary for you to make it like right there, if that makes sense. But yeah, other than that, I think you're pretty good. I think you're pretty good. I'm seeing things. It's fine. But yeah, Morton, how are you? You didn't say anything. Are you like dying? Did you had a seizure when you came in? It's an interesting first message, and then nothing else. which is debatable. Which is debatable. God damn, I'm so much dying right now. Yeah, that's weird. I was about to say something and I forgot. So yeah. Interesting. Stripe news. If you haven't seen, Stripe has been doing some good stuff from my point of view. Stripe is introducing a cryptocurrency. What? And it's good. It's well made. It's properly implemented in a way that makes sense. It's not a token that you can basically buy. It is a flat rate token type of thing, like a stable coin, as it's named, and it's there for like interacting with the transaction. Basically, their whole point is you will technically buy the currency, or with your basic currency. So I'm paying euros and you're receiving in yen. Right now, there is like a bit of a transaction fee or something that needs to happen. But by simply I'm buying their cryptocurrency, which is flat rate because it's just crypto. And then their crypto is transferred into the receiving currency. The person that I'm buying things from are receiving yen directly through the crypto things. It's well implemented, which is really good, and it's interesting. We'll see if it works. Again, I think there are some of the potentially good company that could pull it off in a way that makes sense. Based on what they have presented and how it's centered around their own bridge system, it is really good and it is promising, and it is going against Swift. Not against, but like to not use Swift, basically. So Swift is the American-based payment processing system that takes a micro cut every time that there is a transaction happening. But yeah, Stripe is kind of doing the same thing with Bridge, which is a pretty good thing. Like that's one of the things we have talked about with my dad a long time ago. Basically, in terms of transaction, if you have a business that manage billions of transactions per day, and you take a fraction of a cent of each transaction, you are making billions of that fraction of a cent every day. And yeah, that was pretty interesting in terms of concept of knowing, like, oh yeah, so basically you have the price of the thing that is a transaction, but because it's like a tenth of a cent for the thing that we were talking about at the time, because it's a tenth of a cent, the system doesn't recognize it as you have like just received like a ninth of a cent. No, you have a cent. It's rounded up because a cent is nothing. So the system takes a tenth of a cent, and so every 10 transaction they get a cent. And because they are managing like billions of transactions per day, well, they basically have like 100 millions per day that is just paid because the transaction costs like a tenth of a cent every time. And that's just per day. It's crazy. No, my dad was a vocal coach, singing coach. Kind of vocal coach is the best option. How do you start that kind of company? You need a lot of money up front. You need to have either a system that is faster than the existing, or a lot of money up front to lobby existing platforms to use your system instead. But it's the same thing. Like the value proposition of Stripe is like all of these integration, and when you look at other platforms that are like in a similar realm, not exactly Stripe is really massive, and I don't think there will be like another company like Stripe that does the same type of business. But also, Cookie, can you see the amount of variety there is on this fucking page in terms of layouts? We haven't seen twice of the same concept so far. Like, you have hero, makes sense, cool. One section with a lot of illustration. Then you have these things for the phones, like presentation for the phones. You have one other, which is the globe, with a lot of metrics. One thing for the blogs, I'm guessing. One other thing with data. One other thing with weird-ass layouts. Then this, which we haven't seen yet, with features underneath. Then this one, which looks like the blogs, which I think is the blogs. And then the footer. Like, again, there is no two layout similarities in there. I understand it's really much different platforms and tool, but still, nonetheless. If you look at Lemon Squeezy, for example, which is a platform to sell things online, they take officially they take 5% plus 50 cents per transaction. So if you have a one, like we did that earlier, yes. If you have like a $1 elements, you will need to pay 50 cents on that, and then 5%. So 5% of your $1 is 5 cents, and 50 cents on top of that is like 55 cents in total. So in your $1 transaction, you are making 45 cents. Cool. The company that is giving you that is making 55 cents specifically here. And so the greater the transaction, the greater the 5% is. I think they have a cap. But nonetheless, like, that's something that is, it happens nonetheless. This is the value proposition of Stripe or of Lemon Squeezy, 5% plus 50 cents. If you go on Gumroad, which is the other one, Gumroad is kind of similar. They take 10% plus 50 cents. That's double the price. And then that's it. So if you came in and you provide an infrastructure that is the same or as good, but you undercut everyone by taking 2.5% instead of 5%, so it's half of what Lemon Squeezy is taking, maybe there will be like more people coming in and more people using your platform. Then you would have more transactions to process per day, and you were taking like just 2.5% per transaction. if you have thousands of transactions per day, even if it's like 2.5% of $1, like it's 2.5. Kind of weird. It's 2.5 cent every time. With 1,000 of these, you might make like $100 per day. And if you need to do that every day, that'd be good. But that's like on a $1 transaction per thing.
Afro Duckling is now following.
For Duckling, hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. But yeah, so Chris, that's the oh no, not Chris. Prostonary. That's how you would create or start a business like this. Potentially. I like it. I think it's good. I don't know what it means. That's the only thing. That's the yeah. That's the I don't know. I like how it looks. I feel like it's really close to the Philips Hue logo, right? Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. It looks kind of similar to this, so that's something. But yeah. I don't mind it. I think it's pretty good overall. Of a design, it is subtle, and as I said earlier, it is blurring the lines. So blurring the lines in between something and something could be interesting. But yeah, no. Other than that, it's still recognizable. It is a very, very simple update, right? You go from the same G. Like, I don't think it has. Again, I don't know. And they have changed it a bit. They have a bit of a change, like just a smidge, like really much nothing. But why not? I mean, technically, if I just place it properly, no, they have no change. They have no changes. If I just place them properly on top of each other, I think it's the screenshot that they have here that is not centered the same way. So they just blur the line and make the transition much better. So personally speaking, I think it's good. I think it's good. Like, it makes sense. It works. It's a simple thing. We'll see if it has like an impact when they say about it, all that. But yeah. How long does it take you to design a layout for a page that consists of 5 screens? That's already like 5 screens. Provided the homepage style, header and footer are approved. Text for the new page is ready and verified. 20 minutes? Like, if I know, yeah, probably less, to be honest. If I know the industry, if I know the things, I think the reason, we talked about that before, the reason why it's faster for me is because I'm not doing it. I'm not necessarily thinking about what should be there, what should happen. I'm probably going to go into UI 8 and just say, I'm currently looking for a UI kit that is for the web, and we are looking for a platform that does X, whatever. And so for that platform, like let's say it's this thing, the search is going to take me like 10 to 15 minutes to find the one that makes sense to me. And then if I'm here and I'm like, okay, so this is the layout that we need. So figuring out the layout is done. I don't need to figure it out. It's just like, this is what we need. And that's about it. And now I have my layout. And so recreating this in whatever tool I use will take me the same thing, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, I don't need the membership. That's the thing. I would just copy the structure. Like specifically here, I think it would be like take the 4-page capture thingy that we did earlier, right? So like it takes a screenshot, and then I have that, and based on what you just said, specifically for the example that you gave, the header and what did you say? The homepage style, header and footer are approved. The text needs to be changed. Basically, I'm here. I have that. So I get the information. The only thing that I'm missing here is this element that has been removed. But my layout is there. And so because this is what I know I need, right? I then use one of my pre-made blocks as a base. Like for example, that card is the thing that is at the bottom. That section is the section that we had with the metrics, like right there. It's a bit more on the side, but that's section with metrics, and that's it. Like again, to me, this is like very much 15 to 20 minutes tops. And going back to what we did for Stony, which again, I didn't do much for that. God damn, Figma telling me that the files are going to load faster. Who? Right? Coming up with this, which I didn't do much, but coming up with this header, section, pricing, something, Discord if I wanted, in a footer, because these are pre-made blocks. The only thing that needs to happen now is ensure that the content and the text is the right one. With what you said, the copy has already been validated and you have access to it. So I don't need to think. I just need to take the copy file, drop it around there, and then just copy paste everything one by one. Ensure that it's like aligned and things, and done. Starter has died. That's the thing. Starter has been like, it was there. They said that it would be a thing, but godly.shop doesn't exist anymore. And yeah. So that promise like hell they do. So no, I haven't had a new version since like 1.1.6. And we have one already. We have one. It's a bit less It's a bit less landing page and more components. So what I wanted to have here was mostly ensuring that like the components and the elements that you need to have on any landing pages, any project, any things would be available. So these are like available and usable. I do have at some point things that are mostly like landing pages, but also the software. So stuff that are that one is heavy. Can I find it? Yeah, things like this, for example, like logging screens, pricing pages, profile pages, specific elements that are like really much lending related. Um, yeah, I have that, but you know, at the end of the day, it's not that much. It cost $80. I forgot. I forgot the prices. Um, you have a free version, which is really good, and yeah, it cost $80 with everything. Um, the free version is just dark mode only and less components. But yeah, I think at the end of the when I was deciding what to put inside of the free version, um, I kind of stopped. It has viable modes. You need the paid version to get access to the viables, and the viables themselves is one of the most complete and complex viable modes that we can have, like making or taking advantages of everything. So you have your primitives, which are your colors in dark and light. You have your component related specific colors and variables that are made, the spacings, accent colors, which is like my move to basically use the accent color as a base, but then give you the ability to switch if you needed to. Gray is one of the easiest way to showcase something in black and white if you just needed to showcase the thing to the client without them saying like I'm not sure about the blue, I'm not sure about whatever color they are, like they. But yeah, that's in there. You also have the communication, which is the opposite of uh, the accent color, but it also used the communication there. And then the last one is the icons and the grays. Grays is the same thing. It's just like 4 different grays. It's just the details. But yeah, all of that is in there. Um, and we've been working on icon for a long time. I don't know exactly how long it took in total, because we mostly worked on it on stream. So limited amount of time, limited amount of energy invested in it. Like very much what I've showcased here. Every day, 20 icons shared and showcased to make sure that you know content. But yeah, like that's basically what took the longest time, ensuring that people have that exchange, as in currency exchange, like that. Kinda. We do have financial icons. God damn it. There. Like payment and currency. related stuff. But yeah. You can have this for an exchange. You could use swap, I think. Maybe it's systems. No, not in systems. I mean, yeah. The auto layout grids things. I'm trying to read your comment and trying to make sense of it. My brain just doesn't work. Sorry. That happens. The grid is basically for bento boxes. So if you have to make like an iOS style layout, then you would use like one of the grids. For example, I guess on websites, like these, for example, these would be useful for a grid for sure. Like this one is really simple because it's the same height for both, but like this one is a bit more complex because you have this that is like the smallest version, right? That's basically what it is. If you just do this, then you have your grid around here. Then they are kind of organized, but also like this whole thing has been built properly in the first place. So they not going to help. But yeah, that's the type of thing that would be used for grid. You can have grid on everything, to be honest. The thing that I wanted to build for Stony at some point, and then we didn't, was this section. And this is basically a grid where you can define how much space, how much space things are taking. That was the concept for the bento builder type of thing. But yeah, other than that, I mean, there is a lot of options. There's a lot of things that exist with grids. Everything is basically a table anyways, so instead of having, like for this, for example, for this to work, I had to do that manually, which is not good. But if I wanted to make that with auto layout, I would have like these two in an auto layout frame, horizontal, combined with this one vertical, combined with this one horizontal, combined with this one vertical. So that's a lot of knick-knack to make sure that it works. If I just created like a grid of 228 by 228, which is this one, and then resize content inside, I don't have to work too much. It would just push content in a way that makes sense. So like here, because we already have that, supposed to be this, supposed to be wrapping, and each and every one of them is going to be 2, 169. Right? That's the base. And so instead of having it wrapping, which is the current state, I put that into a grid. It's an 8x3. Maybe I wanted this to be like smaller or bigger or whatever. But these here needs to be greater than that. You know. And maybe this one needs to be bigger and so on and so forth. So that's the thing. I don't like the implementation as always. But you can hug, it's just like it's just debatable. But yeah, I think in terms of building, like if I had this and I said that this is a 228 by 228 grid of a 6 by 5, technically here, inside of here, right? 6 by 5, 6 by 4, 6 by 4, right here. And I make sure that this is like a specific size and so on. These should be full width, that they are taking the right sizes. And then from there, if I have an element that is supposed to be like bigger and so on, it's gonna match the initial sizes. The main issue that I have with this is that it doesn't really take on the resizing and the pushing things around really quickly, really easily. The only thing that I have is that if I have this that is red, for example, I just move it around and I put it here, it will push the rest of the content, but if I resize it, it doesn't wrap the content underneath. So it's mostly like, oh, I need this to be somewhere around this size, and I need this to be on this block here, so it will push the content, and so on. So I don't know. I really have a bit of a hard time understanding why grid is so much of a big deal for most people. It's useful in some situation, and it's really good in code, but it's not necessarily in design. So that's why I have a bit of an issue with it. Like design-wise, it's fine. It was fine, still fine. Progressive blur is really good. It's not. I don't think the progressive blur is what will make it interesting, but like this, right? It's really simple, really easy. The thing that I don't like about it right now is that it's not. You can't double it. Like you have one progressive blur right here. I can't copy and paste like a second one. I can't command D. I can't have a secondary layer blur, progressive blur on top. So what that means is I can't have this be at the center of my shape and then have a second one that is just in the opposite. Like if I want to achieve this, I basically need to have two shapes that are on top of each other to result in something that is similar, right? Like that's the only option that I have. And technically speaking, I would need to make sure that I have my shapes that are like on top of each other right there, without the drop shadows to make things make sense. But it's yeah, doesn't make any sense. The reason why I'm talking about that specifically is because um, one of my first paper series, the 25-minute warm-ups, probably this one, needs a blur. Like we have a progressive blur from before, and if you look at it, it's really bad. And so for me right now, in order to achieve that progressive blur there, that is way easier right now. But I need the other one here, and I need the other one here. And the way that I made it on this case is my rectangle around here. That thing is a radial shape. That is basically this. And so the blur that happens is what is blurring the shape inside. So it's focused the user view and also the effect of Figma into where the pixels are. So right now, I wish I could 100% like go back and add the progressive blur on top of content, but I can't. Like I could be adding it to this shape, and then I need to add it to this shape and this shape, but it's not true to how it's supposed to be. I have. I do have these. We've talked about it before. If you scroll back enough in my media on Twitter, you will find things. You need to scroll back enough. I think I forgot if I did that for the icons or prior to the icons. Let's just go further, you know? Going further is a good idea. I think that's too much further. Did I just pass it? No. Somewhere along the line of right about there. So around here, you may have like some of the videos that I made for this, but I've made most of them, and just want to take a look at how it happens. All that. Most of these exist. This one is one of the first that is accessible, I would say. But yeah. And they are more complex? No. Kinda more complex, I'd say. Also, it's the old version of Figma, which is so much better. Eh. But yeah, these ones are pretty good. I'd say some of the more interesting ones are the ones that take the least amount of layers, the least amount of checks. Like this one, for example, is made with one single, like that sphere is one single radial gradient, and that's about it. Um, and yeah, like there is so much thing that I've made in terms of papers and creations that are just nah, nah. But yeah, the goal is always the same thing. Um, which one, black and white? This one? Yeah. They are all available, as far as I remember. I don't remember much, but most of them are there. If you like, if you go here on my profile on Figma, you will have the ability to look at and take some of these. Like the sphere, specifically the one that you were talking about, is in there in week 6 of daily warm-ups things. The goal every time for these are making them in under 15 minutes to make sure that I have something that is a bit like interesting. But yeah, they are there. They are available. Someone has asked me to release the one that we've done 2 months ago, which I don't know if I have the file. I think it's probably in one of my whatever stream file things. We had similar, not really. We had a bit of a similar-ish design, not necessarily like paper-like, but I don't think I have access to it. We had an app for tennis players that wanted to get like classes and things, and so the the whole view had a tennis court texture and rendering that was used for like elements of the app, but also mainly for the splash screen. But other than that, no. The creations, like this one, for example, um, it's not really used in UI. It's going to be used in practice for UI, but not much more than that. Let me check stream files. I guess probably in there. Somewhere around. Not in there. Where? Oh, you know what? That's probably why. I can't find it. That's crazy. Right there. There. Someone on YouTube requested this file specifically so that they could have access to how it's built. And yeah. We might do that. Uh, naming layers, pretty useful. Vale, hi, welcome in. Thank you. Welcome back. How's everything? Keith. Uh, sorry. Beef. Pretty good. Doing pretty good.
I demand, I insist. Fuck you.
I wish I was in the same situation. uh, I'm currently in the first part, like before everything before the slash, trying to find work. That's it. No. Sorry, it was the wrong button. Fuck you. It is. It is. It has been. I mean, it's been made a while ago, but I never published it. And someone on YouTube comments has asked, "Can you share the Figma file?" And yeah,
I demand, I insist. Fuck you.
the good thing about it, at least from my point of view, is that it is made with one single layer. Like you have your layer, and then you just have your effects. It's a ton of effects to achieve the same thing, but that's basically all you need to achieve the Apple effect logo thing. The only thing that we couldn't do before was this. That transition from the shadow is something that we couldn't achieve because we didn't really have the gradient blur that we talked about earlier. So we had to come up with a bit of a workaround. But now, if we really wanted to, we should change that. Because right now, what happens is this effect right here and right here only works because it's part of the background. And
Tell
yeah,
this to all the world. Yeah, fuck you.
so that's something that could be added potentially. However, how? Yeah. Yeah. I guess for the publication, I'm probably going to remove the day, 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 and just keep the background to make it more sense, make it make more sense. Not ideal, but it works. You know. I like this though. That's really sad. Feel like we could bring these two together so that we have that here, maybe bringing that tad more inside and then having a rectangle right there. I think the original was probably made in Blender or in a tool that we have never heard of that Apple has created. That's probably what I would say. I guess light is going to be bad. Yeah, that's not. Maybe. Probably not. But yeah, no, I think it's probably something that is 3D based. Makes way more sense. Based on some of the previous tools that they have, or not previous tools, like previous things they have talked about or they have used. That's interesting. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Eh. I see. You know what? I thought it would be good. I don't think it is. I don't think it helps. I don't know, but I have guesses. So many. The main thing that I've seen with Figma, and we've talked about that before, is they are really good at shipping things at the wrong time. And they are really good at saying, this is done, but we are gonna work on it for the next year. So we are going to see like improvement for sure. But everything that they every time they ship something, it's shit. Like it's great during the presentation because it's made to show you how it's supposed to work. But as soon as you try to use it, it's like everything is hidden, nothing works. I don't know why. Like it's really, really annoying. Like right now there is a new subtract thing that is not supposed to happen, which I don't know. But they have implemented the new rotate copy. It's only available if you are in here in draw mode. And once you have enabled it in draw mode, when you go back here, you have the option. But how did you want to add this from the transform from here? You can't. It makes no sense. So you need to go back into here. It changed the UI, which makes no sense. And then you can do some changes and have some fun with whatever it is. But it's shit. Like the implementation is shit compared to what we're used to in Sketch, for example. It's just really bad. So that's good. Like that's the only thing that I think is really good from a use case point of view. Like it's really nice that it's a copy and that these are not necessarily something like they are the whole thing together, and you can just edit one. But yeah, I don't like it. Like there is something in terms of uh, what we have here, for example, where bitch, I will kill your mom and everyone else. If you look at it, right, and for some reason I'm switching this here and I'm rotating the element, can you see the teeny tiny I'm sorry, I didn't do that. I will. You can see that the shadow highlight things is at the bottom, and it was at the bottom, and it has this angle, right? And if I rotate it fully, it has the highlight here and the shadow there. That makes sense, right? If you look there, my shadow is getting like an angle that is not supposed to happen. Like, the shadow is rotating, but not properly. And so that whole thing, if I'm doing the rotate copy based on what they have done before, which is like you duplicate it, you rotate it, you move it down, and then you command D to get your rotation, which right now is a bit broken, but you know, right? I have that. Each and every one of these have the highlight in the right position. So their drop shadow, if there was a drop shadow here, would be in the right place. Like it's always at a 45-ish degree compared to here, where it's always in the exact same direction, which makes absolutely no sense because then that can't happen, physically speaking. So yeah, that's again, it's good intention, really bad execution, as they always do. And I'm sad about it. It pissed me off. It pissed me off because it shouldn't. It shouldn't be that bad. They should just launch thing when they are done, and not when the CEO or whoever is wishing for this to work. So I don't like it. I don't like it. um, I guess the illustration library. I guess. I mean, GTA 6 has said that they kind of want to have like a one more year of delays, as far as I remember, right? That's cute. That's new. These two are new. Mm. Mm. I have worked with freelancers. Maybe. maybe it breaks often though. It's a bit sad. Better? It is right on the fucking thing. Anyways, uh, are you working on paper, Vil? For you is 400. Like we've talked about that before. Let me see. We've talked about that before. Easiest way to understand your pricing in terms of like how I do it is your day rate is your years of experience plus 20, and your project rate is your years of experience plus 30. So for me right now, this needs to change. I currently have almost 19, but let's say 18. So that brings me to here, and that should have resized. The fuck? And your monthly rate is your day rate times 3 times 4. So this is, I mean, there is a layout, but for some reason it just doesn't work. Oh no, I know why. This is the file that I shared, which doesn't have a layout. That is true. This is the file that I shared with Chris a long time ago. So yeah. So this is basically the ID, and then the monthly rate is like 3 days, because you will never work like more than 3 days if you are like on a freelance plan. And so the goal and the ID is to think about, this is a very French thing. Also, yes, it's not 22 years old, 30 years of experience, but it's like for the French people, which is me, I have roughly 47% taxes, right? In Japan, I would have 55% taxes, which is crazy. So these numbers seems high, but then when you take off the taxes and all of the fees and thing that you have, at the end of the day, you don't have that much. I know it sounds weird, but 20K a month will bring me almost 10K, maybe? Like a bit more than 10K, maybe 11, on any given month. And if I have like, if I have an employee, I need to pay more than that. And you know, it depends on tax rates. There is like a ton of things that I have in there. So in the thing that you need to take into consideration is, where you at? the taxes, which is right there. But there is also like the licenses, the clients regarding stuff, like there is so much thing that come into pricing yourself. As I usually say, my general prices are going from 120K to free. That's the usual range. So it depends. Depends on a lot of things. There are stuff that I have that are like predefined. Right? Let me predefined. Predefined. Like if you need me to do some branding, like you need a new identity, you need something that is like a logo, a brand guide, website, all that. My branding is usually 5K, but that is assuming that the person that is requesting a branding strategy package has the funds, because most people would not, like not necessarily. So yeah, and yes, sorry, you need to pay the taxes yourself. So it's basically included in the price. But yeah, Kate, hi, welcome. We're complaining about prices. Not much. Not really. Can you share that though? Let me check. Also, Kane, you're the last followers. Goddamn. On this secondary channel that we haven't seen in a while. Haven't tried the yet, no. And most people that have tried the have been complaining about it, so yeah. I don't have access to it just yet, and it's not like in the settings, they don't have like a thing, get early access, whatever, which is really sad. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Goddamn, I will kill these people. But yeah, so pricing wise, that's basically how it works for me. It's just I have a set amount of prices. God damn, this is running in the background. That's why my computer is kind of laggy right now. And then if, when, you know, it's it depends on the client, depends on the thing that I can do, depends on a ton of stuff. But yeah. I mean, if it works. Sorry. Beef soup. I think you have, Stony. I think you have. Dang. Can someone explain why do we have one div that is a container followed by the page overflow, followed by something, followed by something, followed by something that is finally the concept, followed by the content, which is supposed to be right there, technically, followed by the same thing a second time, like just the content, followed by this, which is what we need. We can remove 6 divs right there. It's just bad. Yeah, I've had some issues lately with context being too big. And yes, this is oh yeah, you probably have missed that. This is Figma site. That thing. Figma.sites, which not good output wise, but really good if you if you need something quickly. I mean, we've said that last time. This, right? 1 click and a half. And it is working. But anyways. So yeah, Figma site is a good thing if you really need like a coming soon page. It doesn't need much content. Like for example, the coming soon that we have right here, not that, would make a good Figma site. I feel like this would be 1 click and be done with it. But yeah. You have a ton of potential clicks, but it doesn't click. Nothing clicks. I mean, it's supposed to click based on the cursor. Yeah. Interesting. I've had a bit of an issue with this one earlier this week. Last week. Earlier last week. To get like the background to work properly. But yeah, also this one was kind of a pain in the ass to get out. Also, I put this one, which is like transparent background, so you have this magnificent cut right there, which is such a bitch. I shouldn't have done that. No, that's done in Spline. If you zoom out enough, you have this on the far side, which is not supposed to be seen. That's one way to not pay for Spline. But yeah, I mean, I've had a bit of an issue with the background earlier, and then Um, like same thing here. The overall things that we have there, which are really, really simple, like same thing. Like I really, really didn't want to pay attention to anything and just have something done. I think this could have been done in Figma because it would have been free compared to Framer. But, you know, I don't know if it would have been that good in terms of understanding, if I could have had links that basically send you to the post in questions. You know, like all that. I think this one is my most successful post. Or one-off. Yeah. I I would. No, I would have. I would have, like, again, we do have interactions on this Figma site. Like they are there, but it's just like not as good. But yeah, I would have had the option. I think like if I ensure that, for example, this header is sticky, I don't know how I do that though. That's the thing. Makes no sense. It's probably gonna need to be like above everything. And then if I have I'm trying to see if I have there. Underneath with a maybe. Maybe. Um huh. Well, no. Uh, anyway, let's try. Let's try anyway. It is. Oh yeah, okay. So it's sticky inside of the same container, so it needs to go outside of its container. Ah, goddamn. I'd rather not have it sticky. I'd rather have it here and stay there. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just like I think it's too simple. And going back to Hannah, if you haven't seen it. HANA is the best thing. Like this, if you add that as an embed in your Figma site, you then have like a cursor follow, which is basically a cursor override. And then you have things that follow you. So the thing that I did with Spline already for my scores would be really, really quickly achievable here by just, you know, having fun with it. I get 3 seconds. Like this thing took me 3 seconds to do. And it's just do the thing. You say, oh, it needs a lookat. Done. Like, there's really no question. You can also have like a repeat. So well, with real elements, you just make your real elements there. So you would have to do, this is mostly for visual effects. So if I had said, so these don't exist, right? And then I'm having a very simple slit thing. And then I have, do I have a repeater? We don't have repeaters in there. That's crazy. Huh. I feel like we do have repeater, but it's just, I don't know where it is, which makes it all sense. Nonetheless, if you just wanted something that is like more in there, you would have them. You make them in Spline directly, yeah. You would make them there. No, I'm talking about repeater in terms of what I have. Not here. Where are they? Not there. God damn it. Here. This skull is in there, and it has a repeater flow thing, which basically means that that shape right there has been duplicated, and then you have it with the array of repeated element through the entire thing, so that it's basically automated and don't need to think too much about it. But yeah, basically, yeah. And so you could do the same thing, or you can do the same thing with not there, with things that are in HANA, which I don't think they would be here, but yeah. It is. It is. We're calling. How are you? How's the day going? But yeah, most of these things are just like so simple, so easy to use. HANA is really good. But yeah, you could. That's what I'm saying. You could do stuff in no time, and yeah, Spline is free. Have a good rest of your day, Vil. Take care of yourself. But yeah, if I'm here and I know that I have frame, I know that my frame is supposed to be certain size, and then I want an element that is going to be a circle. That circle is going to have a stroke and no fill, and the stroke is going to be, um, I don't know if we have dashes. We don't have dashes. And that thing is going to have an event, and the event on start is going to be not a transition. My bad, that's the wrong thing. Sorry, that's my bad. We just want to have a follow of the mouse. That's about it. And maybe a damping of 10 to make sense. And a speed of 5 would be pretty good. And then that's it. I have a custom follow through things. Cool. And then you want to do a state. So you have your state number 2. You want to make sure that on click, this is going to be like condensed to where the thing is supposed to be. And so you want a secondary event that is while the mouse is pressed, you want to do a transition, and that transition is going from base state to state. It's going to take 0.2, and that's it. When I'm here, if I press, just zoom in. Again, no time. Like, that's it. Like, it so much took no time that I like that. And yeah, you can then share that and make it like an embed through things. It's gonna be embed only, I think, as far as I remember. What? Yeah. So. Yeah. Everything is becoming so much simpler that you know. I don't know. That's a good question. That is a massive question, though. The real answer, I didn't. I just know stuff. So I didn't really.
Julnova4 is now following.
Julnova, thanks a lot for the follow. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Also, yeah, welcome on in. I didn't learn about cursor nor code. I learned code in school in 2013, 2014, a long time ago. It's been a while. It's been a while. The basics of HTML and CSS and a bit of JavaScript, just a smidge. But I've been working and building tools and apps since 2013, 2014. And I've been doing graphic design since 2006. So the relationship between things in my head is something that is like a common practice knowledge stuff. It's just, it has been there since the beginning. When I started to do apps, I needed to understand that Photoshop file number 6 contains these components. Photoshop files primary uses this component as smart objects. And that logic that I used to do, I transferred that into Sketch with components. And then I transferred that into Figma with components as well. And then now I'm transferring that into code with code files, where I know that the file that is named settings row right there, like zone sync row, contains the zone sync row, which will give me these components that I'm using across the app. And the fact that my setting view is using my sync row. So all of that system has been in my head for the longest time. I kind of know how things are supposed to be organized, and it stays in my head. It's like the type of thing that are just in memory for me. Like I know that if for some reason I need to touch the game logic, which I will soon, I need to go into my component specific and then go into anything that is game related. So that's going to be around here inside of my tab bar and verbs and stuff. And then for anything that is like anything that is into the data related content, I will have like my game model, which has the model itself, and work on it. And I will read that in a second. And yeah, it's like I just know where things are, if that makes any sense. Work on it. That's good. Yeah. I mean, if it was your first girlfriend, I get it. If it was not your first girlfriend, but it's been like a long time, I get it. If it was someone that you were really caring about, I get it as well. It makes sense. The usual thing is it will pass. It's not the greatest event. It is not the most appreciated time of your life, specifically if it was the first. But you will get over it. It will be okay. It it takes time. For some people, it takes 5 minutes. For some people, it takes 5 years. For some people, it never happens. But most people do get over it at some time. And when we say getting over it, we're not thinking about like not thinking about it at all. We are thinking of, or we are talking about the fact that it doesn't affect you the same. It might still be there. Like I still have sentiments and feelings, not the same feelings that I used to have for some of my exes, and that's an acceptable thing to have. Like it's a thing. My first, however, I had to actively remember right now just because we talked about that. But yeah, I forgot who. Like I know her name. But that's it. The sentiment that I had at the time doesn't affect me anymore. And it's someone that I've been in contact with since then, and we've had drinks and we've seen each other afterward. Like it's just it happens. And yeah. You're good, don't worry about it. I'm here to help, and that doesn't mean just sign. But yeah, like if it's the first one, the fact that you're like crying and unable to do anything, and you feel like you've lost everything, it's all right. It makes sense. It makes sense. Happens to me too. Got it. Just. God damn. The thing that I would give you as a potentially not so good thing to learn right now, but you know, things to learn. My like my last girlfriend, we were together for 5 years, and at the end, I noticed that on the 6 years, or 6 years out of the 5, she had someone else. So we've been together for 5 years. So she met someone before and after. And yeah, not the greatest feeling, not the greatest thing, but it happens. And it's been a little more than a year now, and it's fine. Like, it happens. It's sad. Would have wished not to, but it happens, and I'm kind of over it. Like, it's fine. Something else can happen. I met someone else, way more interesting. It was more fun. So, you know, things will happen. Not good thing will happen. We don't like it, but still there. To deal with it, and we do. So you should be good. Don't worry about it. Enjoy the learning. Enjoy the practicing for your exam. Going back, Chris, to answer your question. So I'm not learning with Chris, so I'm learning directly through thing that I know. That's the main thing. And I achieved the thing that I achieved because I know how to build a product. I know what needs to happen, in what order, in order for the features and the design and the files to work together and to create something that is coherent at the end. And so with all of that in my head, and all of that in Cursor, all of that in like in Figma, potentially not this time, it just makes things easier. How to learn this? Experience, practice, like as much as you can. Remember, I've been building graphic stuff, visual stuff since 2006, and then from 2014 to now, so 11 years in total, I haven't stopped building apps, websites, software, events or event related things, in terms of like visual stuff. So it's been like 11 years non-stop of building things. And yeah, that's how you learn, basically. You practice as much as you can to figure out what makes sense to you, and then you end up with the right knowledge at the right time. And right now, the knowledge that I need is structuring a project in a way that makes sense. And so here, it's a bit chaotic right this instant, but I have everything that is related to my quiz around there, everything that's related to my main files or main pages that are around here, something that is related to my syncing system, which is what I'm working on right now. It's in the CloudKit folder, and so on. And I just know that in order to build feature A, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to work together. And I know that specifically speaking, 2 and 6 are going to be tied together a bit tighter than 1 and 2. And that's just because I know how things are supposed to be made. So because there is a need for 1 and 2 to work together, I need to build 1, 2 first. And then from there, 2 works with 6, but doesn't really work with 3, but 3 works with 1. So I'm going to do with 1 and 3 working together, tying them together, ensuring that everything works, and so on. And so that's just the logic of the system of how things are supposed to work that helps me build these systems and these apps in a way that makes sense. Like this is the reason why we've had some disagreement with Stony, is that I have the knowledge of how things should be built to make sure that they work together in terms of a product, and Stony has the knowledge of how things should be built in order for them to work together in terms of code. And so because we don't have the same, we have the same end goal, but we don't have the same path to achieve the same thing, there is some issues in communications there. But most of the time, the end goal that we want to have is the exact same. It's just like communication just doesn't flow. We just want the same thing. But yeah, like that's basically everything. It's just a matter of knowing like, oh yeah, this needs to happen before we can have this happen, or these two things needs to work or be built together at the exact same time in order for everything else to work together. So yeah, it's pretty simple. At least from my point of view, it's pretty simple. But again, biased. Like much biased. God damn, that hurts. But yeah, so in Cursor specifically, I'm not really like learning things. Lately I'm just fixing stuff. I just find something, I'm like, can we optimize this? Can we remove the warnings? Can we avoid the errors? And so on. So it's not that fun. A bit annoying. But it happens. It happens. God damn. Oh shit. Yeah. No. I don't think it is. That hard to understand. However, what I would say is you might need to go smaller first, as in, okay, so how does this things work? Like that very, very small thing with like 2 files or 2 physical dials or 2 other things work. And then you add complexity. And by simply starting with an easier to understand thing, you have complexity. Like, I don't know if you've ever looked at like pocket watch and watches in general. Um, like shit like this. That might be the most interesting thing that you can have or do in the beginning to figure out how things work. I know that it doesn't seem like it's related, but it's kind of related. But if you go with something that is like as simple as it can be, right? Why or how can we make a rod do a 360 in exactly 60 seconds or exactly 24 hours? Like, what do we need? What is necessary for this to work? Well, you need to understand how the partition of energy and the cogs inside the wheels affect the rotation speed to make things go faster or smaller. And so there is like a mechanical thing that needs to happen in there. And once you understand the most bare bone one, which is like a cog with the duplication of the rotation through smaller and smaller wheels or bigger and bigger wheels, we end up with exactly 24 hours for one of them to do a full rotation. Cool. But then how do we do to add the minutes? So now we need another one that does like one full rotation per 60 seconds. Okay, so now you change that, and you add this, which is like one of them is going to rotate really fast, one per minute, and one of them is going to rotate really slow, one per 24 hours. So you got that, that's good, that works, but you don't have your hands. The hands is supposed to rotate one every hour. So this is like a third coils. How does it work? Where is it placed? How do we ensure, like right now I can't really showcase, we don't have like a break or broken down too much, but how do we ensure that this element is linked to this part and doesn't affect the other needles of the pocket watch to rotate when it's not supposed to rotate? So that's something that you need to understand in terms of how to decompose stuff. And so once you have this, in watchmaking, we talk about complication. Specifically in French, complication is the exact same word, but we said that we add complication. And the more complication we add on top of the regular watch, the more interesting the watch become. And so for this one, for example, this is like a very regular mechanical behavior plus a weighted recharging system. So this is like a movement based on the inertia of the wrist. So the person move their wrists, it recharges the spring. It's the word in English. It recharges the spring so that you don't need to recharge it manually, but you still can. Nonetheless, this is like what complication, because this is like not manual recharging. And then you have to think about that, like how do we add the days? How do we add the phases of the moon? How do we add, and so on and so forth. But if you start with the base watch, which is hours, minutes, seconds, these are the three things. Once you understand how to do that, adding a complication on top of that, it turns out to be the exact same thing. It's just like we have these three things. One of them is turning in every, like one circle every 24 hours, one circle every hour, one circle every minute. Cool. Or one full rotation. if I need something that is the phases of the moon, what is it? Why, it's one rotation, like one full rotation every 12 hours, like every 24 hours? Or is it like every 28 days? So it's every 28 days for the phases of the moon, to be exact with how it works. And then you just had to add that new cog to rotate something every 28 days. So you have one that is 24 hours, and every time the 24 hours pass once, the moon is going to rotate like 1/28 of its rotation, basically. And that's basically how it works. You just add complication on top of stuff. So as soon as you understand like the most rudimentary things, you will probably have the ability to just expand on your knowledge of stuff, and just add on top of how to come up to understand how things are supposed to work. Just because you understand the most bare bones stuff, you add a complication. And again, you add a complication until you reach some point that is a bit more complex. Like the God damn it, bitch. This thing, very simple, very easy. This is a grid with characters. Complication number one: if you tap a character, it opens a page. Cool. Complication number two: you have two sets of identical sounding characters, but they are basically the same because they just look different. Different font, good. Second complication. Complication number three: if you have a characters that is at a very specific like style or progress, it has a very specific type of background, and it can go up or down. Let me find one that is like kind of low, like this one, almost automatically, if you wanted to. And now this specific character has a very good progress of 6. That's another complication. Now it has shiny stars and so on. So that's just, you start with the most bare bones stuff that would work. So you need characters, then you need progress, and then you need different type of characters, and then you need to display them as a grid, and so on. So it's just adding on top, and if you can decompose stuff, you should be good. Most of the times. But yeah. Anyways. I am sending you to Cat right this instant because I need to sleep. And we are ending exactly at 4:20. That's nice, as always. But yeah, thanks a lot for the question. I appreciate it. As always, if you want to watch the VOD for some reason, go on YouTube. If you want to ask questions on Laugh Live, join the Discord. I shall be back on Wednesday, unless I'm dead. And yeah, you can stalk me online if you want. Join the Patreon for stuff in early access and exercise and shit, you know, the usual. And yeah, it's right there. If you want to give me money, you can.
Mom!
By the usual. You know the drill. You know how it works. By now. But yeah. Rossonary, congrats. Stream element 69, congrats. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.